Nope. Don't worry. Not talking to myself this time. Just getting out some energy by dancing around to Shinsuke Nakamura's music. How's everybody doing? God, that song's such a vibe. Still going on in my head, but I can't play it because World Wrestling Entertainment Company is very, very strict about their IP. As is their right. Okay, I think we're good with audio. There's just no audio for this part. For vitamin C, ooh, actually, that reminds me. This isn't vitamin C, but this is where I get most of my vitamin D in the winter, because even like today, like I went outside for a bit, but grapefruits apparently interact very poorly with Prozac and Proprian, my anxiety and depression medication, respectively. So, uh, can't do that. People also searched for oranges. I mean, I get most of my vitamin C intake daily from veggies. I've never really paid attention to it, but I'm just looking at what stuff has the most vitamin C. I eat a lot of bell peppers and, well, cooked tomatoes, not fresh. Also, a lot of, what do they call it? Cruciferous vegetables. Oh god, scurvy. Sounds awful. I have not had scurvy. No. Hey, Ram. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing wonderfully. I don't like apple juice either, but candy compared to orange juice. Class Rep is indeed with us today. What? We've been live for offline? I have a feeling that's not correct. INTJ. She doesn't seem like an introvert, but maybe. She's definitely a J over a P. We've been live for offline. What, we've been live for offline's your new catchphrase? Do your own test. Don't have a Miro tell you. Then you'll be able to join the illustrious INFJ group. Yes, that is true. All right, so did everything in here, didn't we? We got to go up to the talk to this motherfucker and see what he's hiding. I am at INFJ. Fuck, what voice did I give him? I just remember whatever voice I gave him, people were not happy with. Oh, I remember what voice I gave him. The crescent, yeah, the crescent moon. The voice that the crescent moon would have. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Sherlock Sholmes? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. A vague bell? Okay. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Actually, so his, the inspiration for his voice is Richmond from the IT crowd. With less, a little less goofiness, I guess, the best way to put it. Because I always thought that guy's voice sounded like, if I had to give the moon a voice, that's the voice I would give him. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what— Ah! For the upteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're ballywell doing? Apparently, class rep just ain't having the uptime anymore. I have no idea what's going on with that. I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. So, I am a T in my presentation. Debater. I mean, that makes sense. I'm a T in how I present, but inside I'm not a T. What you see before you now is something that I spent, it's a persona that I've spent 11 years putting together. And it's not that I do it because I dislike who I am normally. It is because who I am normally
time to tip the scale
isn't what is needed to best succeed at my job. So one thing I had to do was change from being a very emotional person to more logical, cerebral. But that's merely what's on the surface area. I still am who I am on the surface, but a lot of my presentation will come off as a T instead of an F. I wish I was an ENFJ. I'm just not extroverted enough. It got embarrassed. Oh, FW, thank you for the sub. That makes sense, yeah. A tertiary function that I can access. And does it suck? Yeah, but I also think it's made me a better person because it makes me a more balanced person, which overall I think has been helpful to my life than not. I think Phoenix is extroverted. I firmly believe Phoenix is extroverted. I think he would be more of an either an ENFP or an ENTP. Yeah, and to me it makes sense that people would see me and think ENTP first. Like, it... But I am not the debater. I am, in fact, the advocate. I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Geradev is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us moments, perhaps we should do some digging. Right after he told us to get the fuck out of his house, I'm pretty sure we're no longer invited guests. Also, you have a pile of books here, Mr. Geradev. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced the London winter, boy? The nights are long. Ever experienced the Wisconsin winter, chat? The nights are long. Much video game having. Oh, I definitely think everyone has more than one persona. I note mine in particular because it was much more difficult to cultivate than, say, the persona you'd see me have in high school, which was more of a natural sort of pivot. Now, however, because it's so ingrained in me, it is a natural pivot, and it's very easy for me to go in and out of it. Not very easy, but it's easier to go in and out of it. But it's something I had to work on. I've never experienced any kind of winter. Yeah, you and Trep can talk about your 60-degree weather right now with each other. Wisconsin near Ontario. Yes. Ontario, I think, is northeast of us. So we have Wisconsin, which is it's the hand state, they call it. Then you have Upper Michigan, which is here. Then across the Great Lake Michigan, you have Michigan. And then Michigan is what is attached to Canada into Toronto right there. And so we're about 6-7 hours from Toronto, but we're also still directly south of a good portion of Ontario. We suddenly got a heat wave. All of a sudden, all of our snow melted. It was like 45 yesterday. That's gonna be gone really soon, but quite introverted compared to other extroverts. That would make sense given the combination of ENF and P. Good lord! When did Maine become Alaska? Oh, there's a copy of Rent's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Yeah, and he can't remember his fucking name to save his life? I don't think so! Well, no, I do think he knows who he is. I did not look over here last time, I don't think. Oh, you're in the Caribbean? There was a longtime viewer, it's from Jamaica. Whenever he'd come in, I'm like, so got any cold weather yet? Be like, nope, still like 85. And I'm like, dude, it's like 10 here. Fahrenheit, not Celsius. That's interesting. Yeah, Trep's like, I've never experienced below freezing. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. Police officer. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Is that thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. What's he doing over there? They just not noticed that he was there? Mr. Sholmes! Ah, we meet again, my dear fellows. We were just downstairs together. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Oh, whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. Yeah, I'll take 40 degrees Fahrenheit for winter, for sure. That's shorts, t-shirts and shorts weather for some people here, which I think is ridiculous, but... Is he a J? I guess that kind of surprises me. I would think he's more of a P. Yeah, because 0 is 32. So if you go up 5 degrees C, yeah, I would assume that's like an increase of like 8 to 10. Well, I mean, that's true if it ever snowed. If it's 40 degrees, though, and it doesn't drop below that, then it's just raining all the time. I would agree that that is something I inherently enjoy doing, Amiro. Or sorry, Amir. I shan't add the O any longer. Hey, Mike. What are you doing? Aren't you, like, making children's lives better somewhere? Yeah, I moved my streaming schedule on YouTube to during the day so I could get a more normal schedule going. It's been going well. That and we just have a lot of international viewers because of the Ace Attorney thing. Which I've always thought was weird considering I give an American perspective on the law and then people are like, oh man, yeah, I want to hear your American perspective on the law. And I'm like, oh, where are you from? Oh, I'm from Egypt. And I'm like, oh, well, I should just point out then that what I'm saying might not have any applicability in your jurisdiction. 40 is where they're the same. Then that's probably the coldest I've ever experienced with wind chill, though, not base. Ah! Well, I hope your pooping has ceased since then. Well, isn't the thing that he kind of sucked, too? I think there was something that mentioned, like, he wasn't really all that in the military, probably. I can't remember what it was, though. Like, his discharge papers or something were, like, super banal. Is that how you pronounce that? Banal? It's not banal, isn't it? That participation award! You participated! Aha. I did. It's written in crayon. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, that's also why I didn't give him the back in my day voice, because, like, that that voice seems more reserved for somebody that did something. It could be his persona, though, I suppose. Keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. I clicked outside of the window. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Does it have, like, him and his commanding officer holding hands, too? Like stick figures? Smiley face. Mr. Gerda, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For, in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Ugh. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular! The game is afoot. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gerdiv, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me, with one glance in your direction, it is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Oh! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb, at Batty's Circus. Why? Mike. Yeah, the right side of his face has like a handprint on it, which is weird. Which is why he's facing us only from the side. No, not the Batty Bigs. No. The traveling show currently sojourning. A traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Now, Mr. Garrideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that that pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Veritably tangible. Not intangible, very tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so, you had no chance but to let it go. No choice. You had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire states of the carpet, we need only to look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. The jury summons go in the trash can. My mom had to serve on a jury last week. I'm sure she wished she had thrown that in the trash. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh! Mr. Shaw, I'm sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruto. What is it, again? Oh, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. You could be talking about chemistry. Yeah, sure, yep, I believe you. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his maid would have been hurt or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susanoo, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Shone's deductions need. You can do it. Excellent, I have been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward. Mr. Naruto. I'm assuming if I ever go to the UK, which I really hope to do someday, I will instantly be like, I feel like a spot of tea. What do they call them? Not clumps. Lumps? Yeah. 3 lumps of sugar, please, so that it not taste like ass. Thank you. You don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it! Oi, that's offensive, bruv! Hey, it's time to mill 'em, lads! Oh, God. That sounds awful. Oh, man. So after I had all those caffeine jitters, I released a lot of energy, and now I like getting tired again. I need to really like figure out how to more properly balance that, because I'm not used to intaking so much caffeine early in the morning anymore. Be right back. You don't need to go out. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gurdeb, leads us directly to the answer. Lion! They are, but it's fun to talk about. Just like astrology, if you don't let it actually make decisions in your life, there's nothing wrong with it. Have fun. I really didn't see that line coming. No, but if you absorb Mr. Garadev's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yeah, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India, so what was it then? Let's follow Mr. Garadev's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. What's that? Kid? Oh. You know, I had a feeling something like this was the case. It's a wedding photo. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garadev's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. Oh no, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. What would happen? Probably best not to delve too deeply there. There isn't really anything else. Yeah, I was gonna say, he'd have no leg. Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Yo, what's up, JV? Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. What spectacularly contrived logic led to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Miss Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Sorry. Let's see, okay. Can I? Not anything underneath. That. Oh, okay, there we go. Should get rid of. Let's take a look at the lion statue. Oh, this is the lion statue that Mr. Shone has picked out. Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. I don't see... What am I missing? The beast's his wife, obviously. A woman!
Take that!
This doesn't make any fucking sense. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Wait. Okay. What am I missing? Let me go back here. There's only 3 items. Fire? No. In my courtroom? Okay. I feel like I'm missing a, I'm forgetting a certain functionality of this. What am I forgetting? Because as it stands, going back and forth right here, there's only 3 things I can click on. None of these photos are anything. The metal's not anything. It's the mortar shell, the lion, and the... Unless it is the statue, but then why are we... And how do you zoom? That's what I'm forgetting. Which is space, right? See, I tried looking at, like, down here, but it only showed present. That's why I was, like, confused. All right, let's examine. I investigated the frame, yeah. Aha! I didn't actually look at the frame. I just came in and then I left. Forgot that they might actually, like, have you look deeper. Makes sense. Glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. No amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. That is quite the euphemism. A lot of horsepower? Jesus Christ. Wonder if you get away with saying that in public and like people would pick up on it like, oh man, there's a lot of horsepower there. What the fuck? Well, that's why I thought I'd ask, because I didn't want to keep banging my head against the wall, and I'm like, I'm just forgetting that I can do something. I forgot that you could zoom in. When you examine items, some items you'll be able to look at further, more closely. Which makes a ton of sense. Not somebody you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. That looks awful. Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been where Mr. Garrideb was still in the when Mr. Garrideb was still in the army. So she slapped him across his face? Oh, so we have a domestic violence case on our hands here. Mike, would you feel free to fill in on our rules and procedures that we must go through now? I guess there's no kids, so don't worry about it. Hey, doggo. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly. God damn, Naruhodo! Just call her a bride! He seems to be carrying his bride effortlessly. That's all you have to say. We can figure out the rest. And beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he's very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. Because he got fucking ran by his wife. Oh dear. Okay. Well.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we will lament the fact that her face is obscured, I keep trying to like make sure that the cursor is out of the way, although it doesn't matter because it's not. Oh yeah, you can. So I try to keep it up here, and then I accidentally click on the next window. We can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Well, that's a colorful way of putting it, but yes. Oh, Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrett. Gah! And savaged your face, too. Yeah, cool. Your wife is a beast. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. Me? I pray you not consider me unchivalrous. But yeah, that note in your pocket that I mentioned before. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. I'd say more stout. Carrying a lot of horsepower. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrett anywhere. She's right, fucking okay. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. Wonder where Mr. Garrett's wife could be. Slap! What do the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap! Okay, let's examine this. What is that? Certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. What the fuck can you tell? There's no writing or anything. I just see white paper. Betty Circus. Okay, so let's take their word for it. Or can they read invisible ink? Betty Circus currently performing shows in a park not far from here. You don't think? Surely Mr. Garrett didn't sell his wife to the circus? Mr. Naruhodo, how could you even think such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow worse. Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, that is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Susato. It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo.
Take that!
Damn it! I think I skipped a step. Wouldn't be the... Well, I guess we can look at the T. Look at the T. Or is she looking at his face? It could be the face. What a charming little pot. It's in pristine condition. Joan has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garrett, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Garrett as on Mr. Garrett, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Oh, God. Sometimes this is hard to control. Oh no, we're looking at the current whereabouts. Okay. Anything on him? Can't see the pocket. Or we can't see what's... We just know it's a handbill. Okay. Anything else in which I am forgetting? Is there a specific spot on her, maybe? Maid. Oh, wait. Wait. Ah!
Take that!
I remembered! Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gerardev's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No? You are Mr. Gerardev's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Geradev herself. Oh my word! I mean, I don't think it's unfair, especially since, like, if you remember the ring, it can only be one place. The game isn't gonna put it somewhere weird. So it's just a matter of then figuring out how to get the right angle to look. I always like way overcompensate. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. I thought too broadly, because I knew it was her. That's why I clicked on maid right away. Like, okay, they want me to show something specific, which makes sense. But I was just trying to get it over with. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It would be nice if the camera was a little more free roaming than it was. Because I don't like that it's fixed at a center point and then you move it around based upon that fixed point. But that could just be a me problem too. I just don't like it personally as opposed to it's objectively bad. Yeah, she now wears on her left ear for some reason. I was using the arrows, but that doesn't change that it's fixed upon a certain point in the middle of the screen. Or, like, here or whatever. It still does not feel good. It was easier to move that time than the last time I did it, though, using the arrows and the AWSD. Ugh. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife. This is the wife, yes, the wife. My Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a belly It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting rooms. They said, like, he wouldn't be middle class to have a maid or whatever. Mentioned that too. Did you really have to shit on me and my financial situation? I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. See, the dog agrees with me. Shaking her head. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Oh, good God. My eyes might get stuck in the back of my head. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. J. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Are you fucking kidding me? See? Lucy's agitated by it too. See? Yeah, I guess so. You have no staff? Might as well be a homeless person. Why even bother with a house if you can't have staff? Get the staff first, then get a house. Your problem. Got it. I got your nose. What are you gonna do? Don't lick it. That's cheating. That's cheating. That is cheating, you. Yeah, I'm her staff. I am her staff. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. Enlightened individual. You mean Mr. Gyaradev has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gyaradev? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Or they'll kick me out of society. The raging wife. Now, Mr. Gyaradev. What's wrong with you? Kick you out before I started. Why do you need to go again? And I know that's what you need because when I said the word out, your whole skin up here went, your eyebrows and your ears both raised in unison. Now you see, Lucy, based on your aggressive nature and constant grabbing of my arm, I can only deduce that one needs to take a mighty shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Enjoy the violin. While Lucy takes her shit, I ponder a question. I'm looking at my refrigerator, filled to the brim with 3 different things. Christmas cards, family Christmas cards, child announcement cards. Oh, that's basically it. So one of those 2. Oh, and wedding thank yous or invitations, one of the 2, just depending on what happened most recently, whether the wedding happened or not. When I was a lad, and still this day, now that I think about it, but specifically I'm thinking about when I was a lad, my parents' refrigerators had none of that stuff on it. Now, why was it? Was it that more things are being magnetized these days, and there's more like, because like half these cards are paper, they're just normal paper cards, but they're being held up by another card that's now a magnet. So is that part of it? Were my parents just insufferable assholes and they didn't get invited nor informed of anything? Or were they also assholes in that whenever they receive something, they're basically like, fuck you, you're not worthy of our fridge? In before the, Twain, nobody put telegraphs on their refrigerators. Yeah, old, get it. Or did we as children play a part in it and like ruin them, and so they just couldn't do it anymore, lest us terrifying toddlers destroy what Welcome, Kratos! How's it going, dude? Also, welcome, Honeybee Cookies. Twisted J, the Pokemon King. Welcome. Also, thank you for the sub. What were you playing this fine day, Kratos? Genshin, right? Definitely playing Genshin. So I play anything. Why am I even playing this when I could be playing Genshin instead? So yeah, for those that don't know Kratos, Lugia so kindly used the command to share his link. Check out his YouTube page. This guy's a streaming monster. We're talking like 8 to 12 hour stream sessions pretty consistently. So, looking for another streamer to check out, make sure to check out Kratos. He's a variety streamer. Behind 30 minutes. Fair? I'm good. The game's fun. It is really fun. There are some issues with it. But there are also some things that are happening in the game that didn't happen in the main trilogy or Apollo Justice or Investigations. Not so much as in Investigations, but in like the main trilogy. Apollo Justice that didn't happen in those games that make me fist bump. Having a competent judge, for one. Just get faster at doing the law work, forehead. Oh, I know he still plays Genshin. I see the streams. I go check in. We're friends on Genshin, Amir. So, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, why am I even playing this when I could be playing Genshin? Why? Because most of you wouldn't be here. You don't give a shit about Genshin, but I do, because I love it. All right, dog's barking. I'm gonna go let her back in. Go check out Kratos' channel. Going back to what you were saying, yeah, my thinking is warped. I'm 35 years old. 35 years on this earth will do that to your thinking. Oh yeah, I mean that's the other issue. Most of the people that watch now wouldn't be able to catch the Twitch streams. Like, me posting my Genshin videos is basically just for me. I edit and upload those videos so I have a catalog of everything that I did in that game story-wise. And I love it. It could get 2 views, and I would still post every single video I have recorded. Something felt amiss. A big problem, this might not be your particular problem. For you, it might just be vibe in general, in which case, you know, can't really change that. But a lot of people struggle with the early game because it's tedious. It's very tedious. They lock a bunch of story stuff behind raising your adventure rank and don't really tell you the most efficient way to make it grow as fast as possible. So a lot of people get stuck in that early stage up to like AR 25, and then they just don't play anymore. Then you have true legends like Talvez, who got stuck but didn't give up. He took it very slowly. And now, most of the time you go check and see what that man's doing on Discord, it'll say, playing Genshin Impact. He got over that hump. Yeah, it's an MMO. Well, yeah, you can go into co-op mode, but it's mostly single player. But it's Breath of the Wild if it were in anime form, more anime form, and a gacha game where you can gacha all the different various waifus created. And it isn't. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's not anything special. But that's why doing things efficiently is important. Everything else is what makes the game really great. The story, the events, the past 2 big events that they've had have been awesome. This previous Lantern Rite event that's still going on right now was sick. It's widely praised as being really, really good. But yeah, doing daily commissions, just fighting bosses over and over again, doing domains over and over again to get the items that you need. Nah. No, it's not anything special. Yeah, it's one of those games where when you are unstoppable, it feels good. I don't feel bored because I'm unstoppable, which is what happens with a lot of like turn-based RPGs. Final Fantasy Tactics, I think, suffers from this. You become unstoppable, and then the game becomes boring because you're too unstoppable. Genshin, it's like, well, how much more unstoppable can I become? We're playing Roblox. It's like, what the fuck? Just hide it. I don't think people can see what I'm playing. They asked me if I wanted to connect my PlayStation Network to Discord. I'm like, fuck no. Well, yeah, that sucks. It's like, you really have to try to get yourself immersed in the world. You obviously, you tried, but you having other stuff going on like that. You mean calculator? I create an actual fucking sorcerer, where I master every magic and then make a summoner have arithmetics and you just can't lose. Getting to that point, but see, it's the exact opposite. That grind I really like. The tactics grind is fun, but then once you get to the end point, then it gets really boring. Whereas I think Genshin's the exact opposite. The grind is boring, but when you get to that end point, it feels fucking fantastic. It'd be like that sometimes, CJ. It do. They say it don't, but it do. But yes, Monk is also OP. Fucking, let me punch you for 999 damage at level 40. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. I mean, still married. Indeed. That blithic pose. The distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrett's wife a beast, and she's right there. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garrett is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Well, oh, how true. He might have, you know, all but sort of thing. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett's pain is tangible, though. What could the pose of his really signify? Let's find that fucking big-ass handprint of domestic violence!
Take that!
Tactics is one game I'm thinking of speedrunning to give myself like a new challenge for it. Just like I did with Final Fantasy VII. The issue with that game is that it's basically one gigantic menu, and I'm not sure I'll like that. I like being able to just like move and then menu, move and then menu, move and then menu. Tactics games like that are basically just a menu. A little more interactive, yes, but yes, the lion had human hands. They had fingers instead of paws. Because he didn't understand his place in the pecking order. Delita would not have had a maid, if not for the Beals. He is a villain though. But that's what's awesome about that game is everyone's kind of shitty. Except for the hero, Ramza, who like, it really makes you feel like, yeah, I can be the greatest person in this world and rid it of the filth, which you don't do, spoiler alert, because nobody fucking remembers anything you did. It all gets attributed to one of the bad guys, your best friend. What a great story. Just like, get fucked. Oh my god. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Wait. She slapped him like this? She didn't do it like this or like this because the thumb would be up top then. And the thumb is clearly not up top. That is definitely where her pinky was. So like she... Like this? Huh. Well, and the church was never going to reveal the part this man they deemed a heretic had played in saving the world. If she was standing facing opposite of him, your thumb would be up top. You slap somebody like this, so your thumb would be towards the top of the face, not the bottom. Alright, later, Devin. Am I messing up human anatomy here? Right? Backhand? Even if you backhand it though, your thumb is at the top, and her thumb, the thumbprint is down here. What do you mean twist your hand? That's not how you slap somebody. Not typically, at least. Open hand slaps are like this. Yeah, she'd have, like, her thumb would have to be like, what, like this? I guess he is taller than her. So she'd have to, that's still, I still think that's more of a swipe than a slap, but I guess that just doesn't really change anything. But even if that's the case, the thumb being at the bottom is weird. Or the Homer Simpson choke. I don't know. It might not matter at all. I thought that, I noticed that and thought that was weird. Because this is clearly the thumb. Because of the distance between each finger being more consistent and then the larger gap between the index finger and thumb. It still amazes me that they were able to get away with that for so long. Even as a kid, I'm like, that's... And the movie showed how traumatized Bart was. He fucks up, Homer's not even around him, and he starts like, his body starts acting as though he's getting choked even though nobody's choking him. That dude is fucked up. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garridan. Well, yes. He had it coming, though. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Oh. When you actually motion, the slap becomes on the bottom. The thumb becomes on the bottom. I don't know how you're slapping it right now. If I'm slapping somebody across the face, like this, up, my thumb does not change position. Backhand, forehand, unless you're doing some weird jujitsu slap that I don't know about. Slapping horizontal, or up. But I don't slap down. This is a swipe. This is not a slap. Like, this is how it would happen, like this. I feel like she swiped his face. Which, don't get me wrong, that could happen. Just was interesting. How are the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Dude, you have a gigantic handprint on your face. Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. Dude, just to think about that, this had to have been uncomfortable. Dude was looking like this the entire time. Just think if I was streaming like this for 4 hours. My eyes are already hurting trying to strain themselves to go far enough to see the camera. He could have been hung upside down, yeah. That would, yes, that would take care of that problem. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrett to fly into a rage. And we need you only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills. Didn't Mrs. Shome say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrett's wife. Mr. No, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round to the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. It left a hand mark, all right. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? Man, maybe they're just into some BDSM. It's your fucking business. I'd love to know the answer to that question. Nosy motherfucker. It's this. Who did he get that from? He slapped it so hard that it mirrored itself. There was an attempted murder. And our client has been accused. And we're trying to figure out what actually happened. Apparently not.
Take that!
Damn it! Fine, I should read it all. I have to go into the bookmark and click on the lips. Fine. Fine. I should know that by now. It's my own damn fault. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here too. Here, look. Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susanoo-san. Man, you should be so lucky. Actually, no, that's right, you're 23. I keep forgetting that he's not underage. He comes off to me as like a 17-year-old, maybe 18. High school senior. Maybe freshman in college. Natural, not natural causes, yeah, right? Told my wife if she ever kills me, just make sure to make it look accidental, or some way in which she can still claim the insurance money. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Okay.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. She slapped him again, but her fucking, oh God, okay. But I don't know the bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. But she caught me in the shower. It wasn't me. "'Twas not thy." He's the one that wrote the original "It Wasn't Me" song. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! Unlikely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. That's not the right thing to call somebody. Joke's on her, the kids are... See, I don't have kids to make my beneficiary yet. I don't know. They should change her name now. Her name should be Joan. I don't know why it's still maid. We know she's not a maid. Yeah, but giving all the money to the dog isn't really gonna help anything. I just want to leave lineage. If she wants to kill me after I successfully have a child with her, then hey. As long as you can carry on my legacy. And get revenge on that murderous woman for me. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place. That note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark. You mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. It is a likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. A likely story. Okay, it's not even addressed to the right person. Ah, see, I'm the exact opposite. I want my surname to go on. That's what convinced my wife to change her last name finally. She was like, on the fence. And I'm like, oh, well, you can keep your name, that's fine. Kid's gonna have my name now. So, it ain't gonna be hyphenated, because that name's gonna be way too fucking long and very inconvenient for them. Now I await your criticisms as to how I handled that situation. Toxic masculinity. Maybe. It's that toxic need to leave a vain, arrogant, self-important, selfish need to leave something of yourself behind. Miniature you. She left. Damn, just left me. I was about to congratulate her on her game plan of making smart passive investments. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Why don't you guys settle upon the answer? The cake. Women do have names. Mine's called Babe or Honey. God, my wife would slap me if I ever called her Babe. Mostly because some of the most insufferable couples we've ever been around. Hey babe, what's up babe? It's a babe. I'm not criticizing. If you call your partner that is fine. These couples were not insufferable because they called each other babe. It was simply something that also happened within their insufferable relationship. But you know, just because you're telling me to save, now I'm not gonna save. We're just gonna wing it. We'll see. When people tell me to do something in a game, I'm just gonna start doing the exact opposite. Maybe then the backseating shall cease. But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. Question mark. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is the result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Shum's deductions that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. All right, let's see what we can see. Yes. What's this? This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty Circus. The Batty Circus. It's in a nearby park. Isn't it the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Mr. Garrett's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers? It couldn't be that the hungry lion is somehow involved again here, could it? Oh dear, I do hope not. Ah, so many cakes. So little time and stomach space. Ah, is that all you can think about? Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them and they all look so delicious. It's more of a tower than a mountain, I'd say. It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day, in our very homeland, I will be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It's definitely a tower. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? So was it burned? The candle's right there. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. So what do they want me to... Okay, I'm actually gonna save. Because I'm not sure, do they want me to present the carpet or the candlestick? They won't let me save! Wow. Eat a dick game. Hmm. 50-50 here, huh? Candlestick? Carpet. The fact that it won't let me examine the candle specifically makes me think that I have to choose the candlestick. But the candlestick doesn't actually have the candle that burned the carpet, because the candle that burned the carpet is right there. Yeah, my wife and I aren't extroverted enough to do that, but that would be pretty funny. To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the carpet. See, that doesn't make sense. Candlestick makes more sense for this sentence. Or candle, but it doesn't let me choose candle. It only lets me choose carpet.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. The only way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Now we're saying that? We just saw a marital altercation twice! She slapped him twice! And that's not even if you're counting the, like, intentional, like, overpouring of the tea. This is Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, But the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of the marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! I think he just orgasmed. The rest of his body weight out. Elementary. My, how the turntables have. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner, but I buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. The which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark on my face. And beast is most certainly Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a belly thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Be some unbelievable evidence. Foundation. Show me how these laws of physics were broken. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The ballet furniture started going up as well. Had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over there, Mr. Garrett? Well, if you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Oh, it looks like 4 of the books got messed up, unless you're talking about inside the cabinet area. Gosh! Then the wife started hurling things at me. Like that mortar shell. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, backed up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes! Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Well, that is his pride. Mr. Sherm's deductions turned out to be Mr. Sherm's deductions turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. You didn't have a knife stabbed in your back, fucking pussy. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Like, dude, you can't be like, oh, it was worse in here when someone outside got stabbed in their back. This isn't a nut up, just take the abuse from the woman thing at all. Oh, no siree. It's having books thrown at you are not the same as getting stabbed in the goddamn back. And I don't like that he minimized getting stabbed in the back. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruto. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Gyarados' situation now. I mean, in the court of physics, yes. Perhaps. It could be, but that's the thing. He didn't actually get hit by a burning book. Otherwise, he'd have burn marks. This person was actually stabbed in the back. That actually happened. Not an attempt at stabbing in the back, an actual stabbing in the back. What does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the onset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. That laugh I do makes me hiccup. That's weird. Now, Mr. Naruto, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories: those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. I mean, it's a fairly simple, logical way of looking at things, but whatever. No matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? We are to accept Mr. Natsume's case. We have official paperwork to attend to. That's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Gyarados. I have a lot of cherry pits to crush to his next pot of tea. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. I'm going to have to give him an answer. But why that laugh specifically? My normal laugh doesn't. Maybe because my body's more used to that. Probably, or experimented on. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gyardev's house. Oh my. Actually looks like somebody you could find on a playing card. I don't even know what voice to give this dude. I'm honestly still a bit stunned. His mouth is agapeth. Well, this one's easy. Looks like a cabbie. Man, that jaw and chin, impressive. Dude has to eat like this. Thinking about going to my list, but I don't think I have anything in my list worthy of whatever this is. Oh, that doesn't work. More over the top Courtney? Like Joan's voice, but a man? I'm not sure I can do that, ironically. There are more see, it becomes too much like Von Karma or what's his face. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Doesn't that still kind of sound like Joan? Let's see. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. What about that? Thinking of him as like an overactor. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you talking about? Fucking prick. Excuse me? Oh, what the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. and it's certainly my business to get involved in your problems. My associate here, Mr. Rinosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Ah, lawyer! What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. We do not do this. We absolutely do not do this. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Yeah, that's the way to introduce yourself. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words, this ain't over yet. Gets thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Given this clearly like English speech pattern, a hard New York accent. British Brooklyn. Oh my God, close your goddamn mouth. What many flies you eat in a day? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the enquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Gyrodeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this so humble abode. Mr. Gyrodeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. You happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist. Polemist? Is it Oh, more worthy of a polemist in my battle of words. Now could there be? Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. Yeah, the Chief Justice apparently thought that was good enough. Well, no. Simply having studied the law in the Chief Justice's eyes made us qualified to defend a man against a murder charge, which we won, and by winning that case, we were then subsequently certified to work as an actual lawyer. Which, again, would have saved me a whole lot of time. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. Gentleman, I can tarry here no longer, fare thee well! He was raised in York, kind of close to New York. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. But Saseki-san and that man as lodgers. The Gyrodeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Be to tell him no. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Welcome, students, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no. Think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, Oh no, that's fucking... I thought it was what's-his-face. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Yes, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Hairlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Yeah, I thought it was Zeke's coming to taunt us. Gloomful room. At least your accommodations here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Hairlock Sholmes? Hairlock Sholmes? He says it, hair. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. Should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! She just turned like, okay. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed, for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, Tom. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now about this trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh, now why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh, no, what do you mean? Please tell me, surmise it succinctly in 16 salient words. Fucking clicking on the... No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. You know what's interesting? I have never, ever introduced myself as Esquire unless it was done in a ironic fashion, like for those that have seen my Genshin profile, my signature is Weeb Esquire. It's supposed to be making fun more so than anything else. And sometimes I'll make my username Twain-esque, because that one's kind of eye-rolling. But anyways, I've never done that. Other people love doing it. Hey, we're actually not offline this time. Good job, class rep. Mr. YouTuber American Twain Esquire. I don't know what was up with her earlier. And then she just wouldn't uptime for a while. Mr. McGilded. What? I'm impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted. Accused. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is, then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? I'm the lawyer for the accused. Accused! I think introducing yourself as the Honorable Blank is worse. Because that just sounds so high and mighty. And besides, it's always more fun to be like the person in the conversation, you're like, Tom Anderson. Then somebody goes, Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, Tom Anderson? And let them fill in the honorable themselves. McGriddle. McGundle. How do they refer to people in U.S. Congress? I forget. Every time I try to watch one of those sessions, I fall asleep. Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, just representative and senator. See, Mike, that is a matter of what actually happens versus what should happen. Maybe we can speak it into existence someday by speaking it to their faces. There are several politicians where I will actually get arrested if I ever come face to face with them. Not because I do anything violent or anything, but I would act a fool. Yep. 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 Yep, yep, yep. Yuppity yup yup. That's fair. Sucks. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, so that's good. Saseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you're no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. You can also sway the jury by overhanded means. See, I still like idiot because it's so much more succinct, concise. Fewer syllables. Congress sapien. Overhanded isn't actually a thing you would say there, but I always liked it when somebody says underhanded. I'm like, well, what about the overhanded methods? Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. Yeah, that's kind of what juries are. And sadly is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. They disappear, but how? No, it's not something you missed. I've been blowing CJ's mind today. I'm in the kitchen furiously swiping my arms to try to figure out what the fuck's going on. I'm like, man, I didn't want to consume your mind like that. I'm just kind of curious. Underhanded means can be more fun, admittedly. Who looks at a story and doesn't think being the villain wouldn't be a bit amusing? Until the inevitable demise. What are you playing at? That is honestly my favorite Britishism. I don't even know how often people in the UK say it, but I hope it's all the time. Because every time I hear it, I smile inside warmly. Because I'm like, I wish we said that here. Nobody does. It's unfortunate. Yeah, like what? What? Got a problem with my swiping the air for no reason? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no! Yes, that phrase. Dude, so Mike, I know you said you will sometimes like slip into your accent. Do you ever slip into like British phrases that we wouldn't understand, but like you learned just because it's part of the culture? Like, what are you playing at? All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, I knew it. A dead dodo done for doomed. See, I wasn't sure if it was specifically idioms. And I think it's because I think I might be thinking an idiom is more narrow than what it actually is. I've heard it a couple times, but mostly in jest. That makes me sad. It's amazing. Second greatest, at least that I've heard, is when you're referring to somebody having a laugh. Having a laugh. Especially when you're referring to your sports team playing like ass. You're like, oh, they're having a laugh today. Like, yes, they are, aren't they? You okay? Are you having a laugh down there? That was more of a yawn. Is there a reason you need to be in my grill like this? Want to be in the camera? Trying to get her to... She won't do it. Sometimes she'll just, if you give her like an opening like that, she'll just put her snout through it. It's so cute. You are so cute. You are so cute. Sorry, I love my dog. I can't help it sometimes. Boo? Oh, is that that's interesting. I've heard taking the piss. Interestingly enough, not in any media that I can think of. There's a group of dudes from England that came to play football in the area. Most of them ended up settling here for college, and a lot of them ended up settling here. And I heard them say it. Man, I haven't seen those dudes in forever. They were fun. United fans, if I remember correctly. I know, because when I said my team was Arsenal, they didn't hate me. They're just like, it was more of a like, oh, you. Yeah, you guys try hard, don't you? Good for you. Good for you. Now you're just being an attention whore. That's that pawing at my arm is. What? Hey! CJ's dad. Let's go. I have, two friends in my state that are also Arsenal guys. So, oh no, 4. I just haven't talked to him in a long time. The 4th. I haven't seen him in forever. We'd randomly see each other out, like, bar nights, but I haven't done that really in, like, a long time. When you said accursed lodgings before, are you referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume? You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That's interesting. That didn't take long, then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You are losing your mind, and that is actually a problem. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. Hey! Hey! Just do what Ness does in Earthbound. Just call your mom. Apparently that takes care of everything. Also, speaking of members of a government body in porn, don't leave your Tifa porn up anywhere on your computer while you're in session. Jesus fucking Christ, why would you do that? Also, that man is a man of culture. Oh, it was a hacker? Oh, well, take what I said back about the man of culture. The hacker is a person of culture. It was what, Italian? The Italian? What's Italian? Is it Italian Parliament? What's their legislative body called? Senate. Italian Senate. Oh, well, that's not nearly as fun or funny then. It was a hacker. Oh, big deal. It's only funny if it's actually his. I wonder if that dude watches Tifa porn now. But yeah, like, it's not even fun. Oh, sorry. I know you were there. What is it? TV. Yeah, that's the worst we've had. A flush toilet. They had fucking Tifa porn. Exactly. Just be like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz just needs to come out and admit and be like, yep, I enjoy porn. 99.99% of you that are listening to these words right now are a fan of porn. To pretend like we aren't is fucking stupid. This really weird... Not even... Something that almost everybody, not everyone, but almost everybody indulges in, at least in this nation. But everyone wants to act like they don't indulge in it. Like it's a problem that they do. One of those is much more enjoyable. Jeez. I've had to move a number of times, more recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, the room is cursed. Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him. If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place. I agree with that. Yes, well said. Yeah, suddenly we don't drink alcohol. Okay, yeah. Why? Because of your age? Well, desensitize you to what, I guess? Because you could be referring to a few things. Especially depending on what you're into. Jesus Christ, what's he doing? Everybody can see it! What a piece of shit. Oh, maybe she needs... Oh, I know what you might need. You might need her... Agua bowl refilled. Be right back. Man. I'm not sure there's anything that screams little dick energy more than striking your spouse. But it was true. It was all true. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Smoking weeds, you might have a reason to do it. But, like, or whatever. No. California is recreational now, isn't it? Or is it still medicinal only? In any case, still not advisable to be under the influence of anything other than a clear mind when you have a hearing. It is okay. Okay. Yeah, you should not be under the influence of anything while you are hearing, because you're probably there because you did something wrong. So let's not make it worse by being high. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Only there was someone, just one person on my side. And no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? Believe. Yes, to believe. .1 mile an hour? Isn't that more of like a bump than a hit? And more of a gentle push. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. Buria. Ah, that case. You mean from like 2 days ago? The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. You helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why'd you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. Oh yeah, that's right. Because he had to study for all that time. Still, the journey itself only ended like 2 days ago. He's like, SS Buria. Like, dude, the boat you were just on. Waiting for the stop sign to turn green. Oh, God. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. Wow. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Not trusting myself. You were so right, Cosmo. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Aye. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it all out. Decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Later, Tom. Take it easy. Hey, Slam Your Mama sounds like a treat. For Cajun seasoning. Cajun seasoning called Slam Your Mama. Susato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Cosmo believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learnt to believe in myself. Seki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him to fight his corner tomorrow in the courtroom. All the strength I can muster.
Glad you're having fun.
Krista, thank you for the sub. Well, I never expected this. Thought we'd be back here again so soon. Anybody that's a litigation attorney. We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal priorities. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh, dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. You always look exhausted. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. You're actually, okay. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. So it looked like the opening night at the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case is such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. You know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. That all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Lord Von Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilden. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. They're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century for some of us. Yeah, I mean, you can't. Judge will admonish you for falling asleep. Unless there's like a medical reason why it's happening. Then they can't really help that. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. They're all racist. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. This is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Yeah, least lucky lawyer alive. That's 1 for 1 in his trials of murder. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yeah, get dunked on, you fucking ungrateful prick. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this: I will fight your corner until the very end. I will fight your corner to the very end. I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. I'm assuming this is a way you would say this in England, but the way we learned English, he would literally be saying here, "I'm fighting your corner." So like you're looking at the corner and you're fighting it, as opposed to "I will fight in your corner." There you are just placing yourself in the corner. As to where you are fighting, that is left a bit more ambiguous. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. A mess that we won. What if a lawyer falls asleep? You're gonna get admonished just like the client, and you look really bad. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. That's a thing? I didn't realize Esquire was masculine. As opposed to what? What'd you think you were? Think you're so buff that you're out to like a C cup? Ugh. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I... Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. I didn't think at all. Fair. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I had never seen the word Esquires. Esquires. That is interesting. Oh god. Oh god. I have to come up with 6 new voices? I was not thinking about that. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Wait, no, what? I can't remember his voice all of a sudden. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecutor and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Why is he doing that? The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. For wanting to help out another man alone from your home country is arrogant? He did wake up and choose racism. Again. I don't see how this is arrogance in the slightest. For wanting to help? His logic doesn't make any sense. It's not arrogance to want to help somebody. Especially if they literally have no one else to help them. Like, I don't think he understands what arrogance actually means. But it's odd for someone whose whole thing is, their whole profession's based on logic, to say something so illogical. Like, it weakens his character to me. Like, the fact that he continually falls back on ad hominem. Like, it weakens his status. How dare he bring a woman into this courtroom? What arrogance. Like, if you're supposed to build him up as this, like, strong opponent, that ain't it. That ain't it. He actually is coming off as a very weak human being right now. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. Dunka. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very, very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Well, I'm sure it is a strategy to unbalance his opponent, but it's the strategy of a weak person, I guess is my point. Doesn't matter his reasoning for it. The fact that he did it shows him to be a weak person. Like, this is not a strong antagonist to me right now. He is very weak and frail. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Wow, that's... okay. Okay. The strategy succeeding or not doesn't actually change the substance behind the acts. Results-based conclusions are a logical fallacy in many cases. Because just because it succeeded once, it could not succeed the next 99 times. It doesn't really speak to anything one way or the other. That was pretty fucking ballsy, though. I'll give him that. That kind of sent a shiver down my spine. To your client and his violent end. The fucking douche. Oh. Oh my. Okay. And the judge is just sitting there like, oh yes, thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Are you serious? You just toasted to the death of my client. Yep, we just have our jury. No voir dire happening here. Yeah, according to statistics, if it succeeds once, it will always succeed. 60% of the time, it works every time. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? I think he was referring to McGilded because he's talking about the violent end. Well, sure. I don't think there's anything arrogant about that, though. Especially since, again, part of this whole thing is that it's not like he went up to him and was like, I'm your best chance. It's his only chance. He was unrepresented before that point in time. So it would be better to be defended by an amateur lawyer who did have success in his last trial than by going at it pro se yourself as a foreigner, not from this land, probably not super familiar with the law. It's just a really stupid statement on Van Zeek's part. Just no thought went into it. Brain dead. Very brain dead. Yeah, you might be right. It's something that they added, but... And it's not like I'm saying they translated it wrong or anything. I'm just saying that that line weakens him as a character. No! 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 She agrees. Absolutely fucking not. He would not be allowed to serve as a juror here. Is that my big sack of Christmas tree white chocolate Reese's getting delivered? Because I kind of need them right now. This is one of the most outrageous things I've seen in this series. This is actually outrageous. This isn't an exaggeration when I say this is out fucking rageous. Now, for those like Mike that might not have been here for the prior trial, he was a witness that we exposed some background information on that he did not want known. And the next day, he is a juror in our murder trial. We also sort of insinuated, yes, that he might have been the murderer. Sounds like a perfectly impartial man to me. Where's my goddamn chocolate? I want my chocolate. By 10 p.m.? Oh. I'm not kidding either. This is what I ordered. What I ordered. Just 2 pounds worth of it. I'm really curious to see if they just give it to me in a garbage bag? Because these don't look like they're in a box. After we actually had a conversation that started my I sort of got re-interested in white chocolate because it was always my favorite chocolate growing up, but I'd say over the past like 8-ish years I've been much more to dark chocolate grind. And we had a conversation about it on one stream, and I'm like, you know what? Next time I go to the store, I'm not gonna get the white chocolate Reese's cups. I'm not gonna get the dark chocolate mini Reese's cups. I'm gonna get the white chocolate ones. And now I can't fucking stop. Oh God, Mike. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. So much so that you can't even look at me. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather ruthless than I am, more ruthless than I appear. Ho ho! Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. What? This one isn't as bad, obviously, but still, holy shit! I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on now, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Eh? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. I've already voiced her though. We already know who she is. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. Has absolutely nothing to do. That's why he's here. That actually doesn't have anything to do with, like, the circumstances at hand. If I was a visitor, I wouldn't expect the fucking prosecution to be like, this man from the United States decided that he wanted to try his hand on living the English life. God. I'm starting to agree. Van Zeeks does not actually seem like a very good character. So far, at least. He's not impressive. And he like, if you're not going to be impressive at your job, you have to be like way over the top ridiculous like a Von Karma, who was still fun even though he was just, he'd say things you're like, what are you talking about? What was that analogy? Yeah, he needs to. Wait, can you not say, if you say hello to a stranger, what happens in London? Get your ass beat or something? I don't like to say hello to strangers, but I like having the option without getting my ass beat. Politics in the races. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Suseki Natsume. Oh. So everybody's like me 90% of the time I'm out and about. Like, don't talk to me. Hunch over, put my coat, put my hat down. Or I like awkwardly like, hello. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that that's sallow? Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Woohoo! Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. That's inspired by KY's old guy voice. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Yeah, the judge has just been sitting there the whole time like, Well, sucks to suck, defendant. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Shit. What kind of British accent did I give him? Was I, oh, yes, sir. That's right. It was inspired from our DM's tavern bartender voice. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? Victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. She looks oddly like that old man. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago. She's been comatose ever since. What? They don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, just this little distinction. We talked about this a bit last time. Or no, maybe it was in a Earthbound stream. Anyways, some jurisdictions don't distinguish between attempted crimes and completed crimes. If you attempted murder, they consider it a completed crime when they try you. So there is no getting off easy because it was just attempted murder as opposed to murder, at least insofar as like mandatory minimums are. Or at least in terms of like, yeah, you wouldn't be able to like reduce the mandatory minimum because it was attempted as opposed to full on murder. This jurisdiction, they obviously do distinguish between attempted and completed crimes. Can't hear the arguments. Yeah. I could see like an older Luigi after the weight of being second and everything beat him down over time. He's got green to him. But the rest of the like shit-colored suit is more indicative of his general disdain for life. That is true. Social workers, there's just this assumption that you are a bad person because you're trying to get the children taken away from their parent. Well, some children I do want to get taken away from their parents because their parents are assholes. And the children are in actual imminent danger staying with them. But no, I guess I'm the bad guy for making sure the kids are safe. Well, I think about it this way, Devin. Are you going to stab someone in the back? Are you going to stab someone for the purpose other than attempting to kill them? Even if it's in like a heat of the moment thing? Because nobody's stabbing somebody and they're like, I know just where to stab you so it doesn't hit any major arteries, and you can't possibly bleed out from this, so you're not going to die. This isn't intend to murder you, just hurt you very badly. Yes, throwing a child to a bear would be attempted murder. Oh dear, somebody at her job? I didn't think she worked with, I guess it could be the school social worker. That would make sense. If it's like the county social worker, I'd be surprised. You know, that's interesting. People don't treat me like that. In fact, I feel like people may be a little more comfortable committing crimes in front of me, which is really bad, because I'm not like I'm gonna be able to represent you if I see that you're committing the crime in front of me. Oh, she called CPS. I see. God. Well, the reason it's attempted murder is because it's a human throwing a human into a bear. But if it's a bear throwing a bear into another bear, Trep, I don't know. Would, if they're known to kill other bears, then yeah. What is it instead of, I think you've told me this. What is it instead of, what's the F for instead of protective? Family services? Attempted family reunion. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't buy. I personally do not buy that anyone is, besides like some, like the type of person that can like pick you apart by your pressure points. Unless you're one of those people, I don't think you're stabbing somebody with the intent of just hurting them a lot, because you know that the chances of them dying goes through the roof if you're stabbing them, because you don't know exactly where you're not good enough to know exactly where you're stabbing them is going to avoid everything. Sure, that's true. That's true. I'm thinking of it in like a head, neck, abdomen, genitals sort of way. If you stab somebody in the hand, let's say you stab somebody in the hand with a fork, that's not gonna be attempted murder, right? You battered that person. Or like the knee. Although the knee is kind of dangerous. Don't you have isn't there an artery in your leg where if it gets cut you could die or some shit? I'm obviously not a biology major. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned before, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Yes. There are varying degrees based on whether something was premeditated, intent, heat of the moment, that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be attempted murder then, because their intent was to kill. Well, let's do a little law exercise real quick. I'd have to look at a different state's statutes because we don't have that here in Wisconsin. Yeah, not Wisconsin, I don't know. Whoever within the special maritime attempts to commit murder or manslaughter. But see, this is interesting. I just thought of something. They're different scenarios. But like, okay, so you stab a person in the hand thinking and intending to kill them. Okay, that's the distinction I think. Most of the statutes will say something like cause bodily harm with the intent to kill. That's the difference between like somebody who conducted a seance in their room with your little voodoo doll in the middle of a pentagram with the intent to kill you with their incantations, but of course nothing happens. Because this isn't a fairy tale. There's intent to kill there, but there's no actual bodily harm that's done. Whereas if you get stabbed in the hand, there's still bodily harm. Bodily harm, intent to kill. Oh yeah, because like what other reason would you have a fork coated in venom, right? Well, okay, in Ace Attorney it might work. I'm talking about real life though. Yeah, go ahead. Poke me with a little pin. Yes. See, attempted murder is honestly kind of difficult for me just because our state doesn't have that. So it's not something I ever really focused on. Okay, so, and here's why. Just listen to the way the statute reads. This is felony murder. Whoever causes the death of another human being while committing or attempting to commit a crime specified in all these different statutes, maybe in prison, or imprisonment provided by law for that crime or attempt. Let's see. Wait. Damn it. I want to... Does Illinois have attempted murder? Okay, here we go. Attempt. Elements. Okay, interesting. Person commits the offense of attempt when, with the intent to commit a specific offense, he or she does any act that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of that offense. Does any act that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of that offense. I would think, personally, that stabbing someone, let's say there's no venom on the fork or on the knife. They thought they were going to kill the person, they stabbed them in the hand. Even if that itself would not kill a person, I would think that that could be considered a substantial step towards the commission of murder. Because it's still a deep wound. It is not a defense to a charge of attempt that because of a misapprehension of the circumstances, it would have been impossible for the accused to commit the offense attempted. Alright, does that make sense? I feel like that's a pretty clear statute. But it's not entirely clear because substantial step leaves a lot of room for interpretation. But at least insofar as they say there has to be something that happened towards the commission. Whereas, like, again, a voodoo seance is not a substantial step. But stabbing somebody in the hand might be considered a substantial step. That's Illinois. So well, it's fine. I don't mind looking up this sort of thing, especially because I don't have any experience in that. Because the way our state does things is different from what most people probably assume the setup is with the attempt versus completed. Or are they texting you about work stuff, or just like, hey man, what's up? That'd be kind of weird. Right, a sniper shot would count because that's a substantial step. You just happen to miss. Hey, Theo. Yeah, I mean, because a fork could be a murder weapon. Because just in your particular scenario, you're talking about there's however we figure it out, whether it's because the defendant admits to it or just says, yeah, I had intent. There was actually clear intent to kill the person. That makes things a lot more... It takes care of one of the elements. Let's just put it that way. There's intent. So then it's just a question of, was there a substantial step? Again, under the wording of Illinois law. Well, right. I'm assuming in this case, because the CJ's hypothetical said you 100% knew without a shadow of a doubt. So I didn't even bother thinking about how do we know, because if the scenario is, well, we know, then it's just a matter of, well, okay, so there's intent, so what else is needed? But yeah, if we were actually delving into the situation in its entirety, how would we know that the intent was obvious? In this case, you could just assume that maybe they said yes. My older brother is selling a PS5 recently bought. I'm buying it off him. He has no buyers because of the price put on it being $800, but will sell it to me. So he's gonna sell it to you for $800? What a douche. No offense to your family in general, but my sister did that to me. I call her a douche. I mean, I feel like 800 isn't, although at the same time, I also don't feel like 800 is even all that much. Some people are still paying over $1,000 for it. A urologist? Wait, this isn't that one lady, is it? Oh, what? Oh, what video of hers did I see? She's got like millions of subscribers, doesn't she? Fuck, I can't remember what it was. It was something genital related. Yes, that is the one. Why are they sending you her videos? They might not. The different states do things differently. Wisconsin doesn't have involuntary manslaughter. It doesn't really have a manslaughter, but it has a lot of different degrees of murder plus like reckless homicide. Can Walmart sell them for hire? Well, I don't know. Something genital related. We're something genital related. We're ready to rock. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is a case file with everything we know about the victim so far. I have to... Now that I have them in the same room, I know that his voice is kind of similar to the judge's, except the judge's doesn't really have as much of an accent. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. It's not as prominent, so I have to make sure the inspector's accent's more prominent and more gruff. As opposed to I'm just an old man. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scrag-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Not supposed to presume anything. He's supposed to tell you. For what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yeah, that's what I'd be saying. Yes! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing a young woman? It could just be batshit and crazy, you know, insane crazy. Yet you arrest the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Dude, what blood supply do you have where you could just throw your bottled blood around like that? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. You just attempted to hurt. Well, it was negligent or reckless, more so. But yeah, that's just assaulted people. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. The person in the trial, I think she's a university student, but yeah, I guess they didn't specify that. But yeah, that could be. That could be. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Snake. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Never beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constable came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. I have not seen the parody animation that you're referring to. Oh, she is pretty. I agree. I like her voice. I can't remember I wish I knew what video it was. Because some of those topics are really interesting. I just didn't want a ton of fucking urologist stuff to start showing up in my recommendeds. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusual light fog. Unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. I am on Top Chat, but it wouldn't change what you guys would be able to see on the layout. Yeah, it's the chat on the screen that you see is permanently on Top Chat. I can't change that. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Oh, books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Oh, yes, I can clearly... oh, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Your Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Okay, this is getting really old. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Poor dumpling of a person. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing? What are you doing, Miss Susato? You go on, woman. Fucking Ouchie really put this game off. It started this game off with a very anti-female vibe, and now I just can't shake it. A woman in court? What is this rubbish? Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Well, yeah, but I mean, if he was really worried about that, then go sell it to somebody that can pay all that money. But if they're not, then just do your family solid. I mean, he should at least pay. I think it's reasonable to at least expect what he paid for it to break even. Not like he should be selling it to you for $200 or something. A green overcoat. That's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color! What will the world come up with next? Maybe a way to get you put in prison for your domestic abuse. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused, and maybe one of the jurors. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused... Oh, I can't read. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Like any cross-examination. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I mean, it's cool at least that he's just gonna accept payments. Can't do that with a store, really, right? All right. Hate to do this, you guys. I got some stuff to do, and we are at 4 lovely hours of streaming. Sorry we have to end here. We will be back in Friday. In 2 days on Friday. That is what I wanted to say. So, yeah, just 2 days. Just 2 days. Just gotta wait 2 days. And we'll get back here to our first cross-examination in this case. Oh yeah, conclusory statements are the fucking worst. In on a Friday. Beside Friday. On top of Friday. Hovering above Friday. Thank you so much to Kratos for the raid earlier. Much appreciated. Thank you to everybody that subbed today. And we will be back on Friday with some more of Chapter 4. Defending Mr. Soseki. Everybody, y'all have a good one. I'll be on Twitch later tonight playing some Genshin Impact and some COD probably. So if you're bored later tonight and you want to come by, that's where I'll be. Nothing tomorrow, though. Nothing tomorrow. KY, as for those that don't know, KY is done for a few months. He's taking a little break from streaming. So I'm gonna have to figure out what's gonna happen with Thursdays. Yeah, figure that out. Until then, y'all have a happy little time, and court is adjourned. Stream is adjourned, not court. Stream is adjourned.
Oh, yes.
Hysterical.
I
I don't want you to try to kill it.
No.
Because you're gonna fail again.